you are having an amazing day. Today we are going to be doing a little bit of drawing. As well as, hey, this channel has existed for 2 years. Technically the date was yesterday, but I didn't post anything until the 4th of September. So I'm going to count this as the official birthday rather than the day that I actually made it, so I would be able to. But figured, you know what? Let's do a little bit of drawing. Because why not? It's fun. I also need to quickly check to see what the result of the poll was. Because I did make a poll earlier. I think it was last night. Technically early this morning, which I didn't realize when I posted it. But it was basically being like, hey, if you guys were to pick a favorite cake, what flavor would it be? And I just put chocolate, vanilla, red velvet, or other because I can only have a max of 4 options. So I just went with the ones that I knew off the top of my head. And it looks like red velvet won. But there was also chocolate and vanilla close behind. Okay. I could do that. We can have a red velvet cake. Okay. First things first. We need to get a sketch down. Because we don't have a sketch down. So let's go ahead and... You know what? I don't know why, but let's do a green. Let's have green be the color of choice for the initial sketch. And first things first. Red velvet. Just so I remember, hey, that's the cake flavor that we're going to do. And then... Well, I don't really need to write anything else down. Okay. So, the plan is we're going to have cake front and center. Because why not? It's going to be a delicious cake. Should it be one of the ones with a number candle on it? You know what? Why not? So it's going to have a 2. And a little flame. And if this drawing takes longer than just today, then I'll also do this on my birthday, which is legitimately just this Sunday. So hopefully we can get this not just the sketch. Hopefully we can get this drawing done within those 2. Otherwise I'll do more drawing streams, but would be nice to get this done on the day that's supposed to be done, which, since it's for today and the channel's birthday, it should be done today, and it is very warm. I need to actually point my AC at me. So if you hear blowing in the background, most likely my AC. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and have... You know what? It's going to be front and center, but it's going to be... Nope, wrong way. But it's going to be on a table. That is a very bad table. Ah, yes, the table that has a very angled surface. But we're going to have the table, and we're gonna have blue. Well, we're gonna have blue as well. But we're gonna have me blue bun. I don't know why we're just circles, but apparently we're just circles. And I also want little nods to some of the games that I've played throughout the years. So that would be mostly Phasmo, in all fairness. But Phasmo, Minecraft, I have played FNAF, I have played Little Nightmares, and all of that. Hi, Lily. Hi, Sage. But yeah, I want I want to make little nods to all of those little things. And you know what? I don't know why, but I kind of want to do. Oh, I forgot the name of the yellow coat. Hi, Keiki. You know what? We'll have a little piece taken out right up here that is from the kid from Little Nightmares. Thanks. To be honest, it's actually surprising that it's been that long, because I remember making the channel like not too long ago, but here we are, and it's already 2 years, and that is... Okay, I need to put this on a different layer, otherwise I'm going to get upset. Because I'll keep erasing this one line. Which wouldn't be the best. But let's have the yellow coat kid eating... That is not the same size. Yeah. That's perfect. As long as it's not cannibalism. Then it might not be as perfect, but still. Okay. Kid. You know what? We have to have the lighter somewhere. So let's have the lighter just set down here. I don't know if the kid has pockets. We'll have some cake. Actually, how big is said piece of cake? Oh, that is a massive piece of cake. That kid is going to be on a sugar high. Huh. Well, I guess this kid's going to be on a sugar high. I could change it, but you know what? They were hungry. And if they eat this cake, they will no longer be hungry enough to eat their friend. Hopefully. There we go. That is so big in comparison. They're never going to not be on a sugar high. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Oh. Kid, you're out of your realm with eating that piece of cake. Okay. We have the kid from Little Nightmares. They're gonna sit here, eat their cake. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna... Do I remember what those gnomes look like? I don't think I do off the top of my head. Where is my phone? If I were to grab a picture of one of the gnomes from Little Nightmares, what would they look like off the top of my head? Or not off the top of my head. What do they look like in general? Little Nightmares. Oh, they're adorable. Okay. I really hope my phone just doesn't fall off. That would be unfortunate. I should move my phone, but it's fine. You know what? I like that, but I need it on a different layer so I can actually position it better. Momo? Or it's the name of the paperback kid? I miss... It's been so long since I played Little Nightmares, but I'm assuming the paperback kid is from the second one. I need to play that. It is on my list of games that I want to play. I have it. I have it installed. I just need to play it in a time where I don't have anything else scheduled. Dude, that's alright. I'm also bad at names, so I have no room to speak. You know what? Yeah. When I was... I don't remember how old I was. To be honest, I don't remember how old I was for a lot of the games and playthroughs that I watched. But I remember watching Little Nightmares 1 and a little bit of 2, so I know bits and pieces, but not enough to be like, I know exactly what's gonna happen. Even to the point where when I first played through Little Nightmares 1, I still had no idea what to do. It was a lot of fun. It's really interesting what you remember, what you don't remember. It kind of just looks like a mushroom. A little mushroom. I do need to draw one of the little mushroom guys. Like the school part chapter. I think my brain is blanking entirely. I remember there being a bookshelf in one of them that you had to go around and everything. I think there's probably a bookshelf in both of them because I have a vague memory of little things, but I'm not necessarily getting a whole lot in general, which kind of sucks, but also, you know what? It means that I get to go in with a relatively fresh mind. Also, I really love drawing uh the kid from Little Nightmares. I don't know why, but just the fact that you could just draw the kid in the yellow coat and you could do it in relatively, I'd say, any style, and you can still recognize them. Ah, fair, fair. That is a really... Are you gonna be holding a plate? You know what? Why is your other arm difficult right now? Sure, it's just a sketch, but you know what? Maybe they're holding out their hand, like when you take a bite of something, and just in case if there's crumbs or something can like fall, you kind of have your hand traveling with your fork. Maybe that's what the gnome's doing. And you know what? On this side, we'll have this is straight from my memory, so this is probably not going to be the most accurate. I'll look up a reference picture, but they are very tiny. Oh, yeah. So my persona is gonna be here. So this is me, and this is gonna be Blue, who is someone that most of the time hops on Phasmo and is with me on my Elden Ring runs. And then Bunny, who is occasionally on Phasmo. So it's gonna be all three of us since we all hang out together. And they are on fairly consistently. Not all the time, but a fair chunk. I'm also thinking of putting, well, I don't have any specific OCs besides Kane off the top of my head, but I do have Mushis and Boromos, which are basically mushroom people, which I do really like to draw. I can't really remember any other OCs off the top of my head. I would have to look in my sketchbook. But I do want to put at least one of those somewhere. For many reasons. I totally am not cooking up a little bit of lore in the background. That is so very bad. I don't even need to draw both ears. I know he doesn't have both ears. Wait a minute. Golden Freddy. What do you look like? It's been so long. Why does the hat look like a decapitated head? Oh, this? Yeah. It's a very rough sketch of the Golden Freddy. Very, very rough sketch. But I believe that is within a year that I did the last time I did a playthrough of it. And the last game I did was the third one. Okay. Rough sketch of Golden Freddy's head. Why just his head? Because, well, there's not a lot of space, so unless he's gonna be looming in the background. Let's see here. You know what? For Phasmo, I know I could easily just do a Yeah. Dude, playing those games is a lot of fun. It's really easy to get jump scared no matter how many times you've played it or how many times you've watched it. But there hits a certain point, which is why I haven't played it in a bit, that it starts getting more frustrating than scary, mainly with Springtrap. Also, fun fact with Springtrap, the last time I streamed FNAF, it was FNAF 3, uh, it kind of it kind of broke my PC for a little bit. So now I'm really nervous to even boot it back up because I don't want to close the game and have my PC go, nope, second time, peace. Because that would kind of suck. Let's see here. I'd like to view all of my playlists. Can I see when? No, I can't. Not on my phone. Dang it. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Sometimes weird things like that happen, but it was scary to say the least. I, at least, knock on all the what I have, it wasn't like when my PC actually decided to up and die. Because that was. How long ago was that? I was still in school, so at least probably I'd say a year. But I have a whole sketch depiction of that back when I did a lot more traditional art on streams. So it was basically my PC catching on fire while I was like, this is fine. Everything's fine. We're all fine. That was a fun time. Okay. How should I do the Phasmo stuff? Because I could just do like a ghost decal on the cake, but I kind of want to do something else. Huh. You know what? You know what? Under the table, I'm gonna do baby teeth face. Hi, Blue! And yeah! 2 years! 2 years and still kicking. I'm gonna do my best to do baby teeth face. You know what? I want them to be kind of lurking under the table, but also kind of reaching to grab the cake. Because why not? Like, sure, usually they're like, oh, I'm going to heal you, and so you either stay here forever or get out of my house. Because we are going into their house looking for ghosts. Oh? Are you talking about the stream, or did you get something in your eyes? How would I do this? Okay. To do it like that and still have it show that it's baby teeth face, they'd be breaking their shoulder. And that sounds unpleasant. No! Wait! No! Got it! That was all on the same thing. Oh, yeah. That happens. Usually, instead of going to automatic, I just press, oh, hey! I would like to have high quality video, not whatever you're trying to do to my video right now. I don't know why it happens sometimes, but it does. Whenever it happens, either I'm multitasking and don't notice it, or I just go into the settings and be like, huh, is this okay? What's going on? Do I need to be worried? You know what? So this is going to be... That kind of looks like a leech. So we're going to have baby teeth face down there. Creepy. And you know what? Let's just have a just a chunk of the cake kind of just gone, and then we'll put cake on face. Just so I remember. Just to show that, hey, they're having some of the cake too, but you can also see their face and not just the back of their head. There we go. Yes. And because it's on the side that no one else sees, well, except these two, but these two already got a piece of cake. And hi, Tinkerbell. And this one, I mean, they could try to put cake in it, but I don't think it would eat it easily. I mean, they could try, but don't think it'd be the easiest thing in the world. Okay, so that's... You know what? You know what? Just so it's an explosive party. Just lurking in the shadows behind us. Cake face Freddy. Oh, dang it. No, why are you on the same layer? I really need to remember that the sketch layer is not on too many multiple layers. Is your video quality on auto? Because when it's on auto, it will adjust depending on a lot of things. Or maybe it's legitimately on my side, but... Explosions do make parties more exciting. Well, in different cases. I feel like this would be, I feel like this would scare a lot of us. I think this would scare most of us. Just having a creeper in the background. You know what? And since we have a creeper in the background, let's have it so they're on the brink of explosion. I can totally read that. Okay, that's good. And with them on the brink of explosion, it would cause light, which would attract the attention of all three of us. Looking at the creeper in fear. Because why not? It'll be fun chaos. Okay. You know what? I'll go to a blue now. Just so we can get some more details. Because I did get a few details in that are more concrete. But I didn't do that for the people. Because sometimes people are difficult. I'm actually going to need to move blue a little bit. Because he has a Plague Doctor mask. Will I actually? It honestly depends on where they're facing. Because let's say they're just turning. And Bun's already looking at it. Like, at least from this perspective, it looks like they're already looking at it being like, oh. That's happening. It wouldn't be down that much. It'll be something more like this? That is a very poor sketch of the beak of a Plague Doctor mask. We're going on an adventure! What's that sizzling behind us? Explosions commence. What's not to love about those kinds of adventures? Hopefully in this one we have keep inventory. Or at the very least, not hardcore. Because that would suck. Then again, I'm still here. So I'm fairly certain it was not hardcore. I did not mean to erase part of that beak. Why? Why does the mask always get me? Some days I can do it, and other days it is more difficult than it should be. And I wish I had a good reason why. That it's not quite what I'm looking for. Because it needs to cover the face. That I don't know what's going on with the edge of the mask there. Something still doesn't feel right about that. You know what? Let's do that so I can turn down the opacity of it. Just so I can see what I'm doing. He's facing mostly this way. You know what? Have I ever drawn blue not somewhat forward-facing. I'm mainly asking myself because I honestly don't know. I would have to look at the first drawing I actually did of him, which I don't actually have on hand. I really should have had that on hand. Well, it's too late. There we go. You know what? All things considered, that's not terrible. So let's do that. You know what? Yeah, I honestly don't hate that. And then at this point, the face would technically be more so here rather than where it originally was, which is fine. As long as I have a distinction, that's fine. You know what? I should have duplicated the layer and just turned down the opacity to see if I can change something. But it's too late. Okay, that's not the worst thing in the world. Little odd, but not the worst. Okay, as long as I make it more gradual, it looks fine. And I need to make sure that I actually... Oh, I'm glad. I need to actually make sure that I put emotion, which is always fun to do with Blue's character, because me and Bun, we have faces, but Blue has a mask. So I can easily just take the cartoony aspect of, oh no! Like, do something like that. Or it's like, ah. I always find that fun to do. Is this just an empty layer I have for no reason? Okay. That's good to know. Random layers. There we go. At the moment, he's not looking very scared. But then again, he has a mask, so considering the fact that I currently have not drawn any emotion, specific emotion, on his face, he looks very... this is fine. That is a very rudimentary sketch of a hat. I like how I'm putting so much detail in the mask, but the hat, just quick sketch. In all fairness, I know why. It's because the mask usually messes with me, but Still, do kind of find it funny. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do this in a bit of a different color. Because I need to actually get the rest of us sketched out, at least in stick figures. No face for you. You get no face. Okay, so let's have Blue starting to back up. I need to move Bun. Why did I do this to myself? I shouldn't have grouped those layers together, but here we are. I need to move Bun so they're already kind of on their way out. So me and Blue just realizing the threat. Bun already out because they were on the edge of the table, so they can be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna grab my piece of cake," and since they have to turn, they'd be like, "Oh, there's a creeper there." Okay. It looks like he's about to elbow Bun, which would really kind of hurt if you're doing it in a rush. You know what? Usually I would put his cane, because he does carry around a cane. But in this case, I don't think it's going to be necessary, since he probably set down the cane somewhere. You know what? I'll have the cane right here. Don't know why it's so far away from him, but it's a party. He doesn't need it for anything in specific. It just looks cool. And you know what? Because that's not going to be visible, I'm just going to do that so I can still see what's going on with the gnome and Yellowcoat. For now, I'm just going to call the kid Yellowcoat because I don't know the actual name, whether Momo is that kid or the paperback kid. Okay. There's one. You know what? I'm going to do them in different colors just for the simple fact of then I can actually read what's going on. It kind of looks like Bun is a little closer to the camera. So already trying to get away. They are breaking their neck to look at that creeper. That is... I should probably fix the head. Mono is Baghead, and 6 is the one in the red coat. Oh! Alrighty then. Thank you for letting me know, Blue. 6. Alrighty then. I still need to fix... In fact, their head was just facing the creeper, like, directly. It... Oh. Okay, then. I didn't know that. I also didn't know that there was a mobile game. You know what? Wait a minute. I know I could have just gotten rid of that layer, but it's fine. It can live in the abyss. Let's instead have them readied. And kind of backing up. Never taking their eyes off of the... Why are they looking up? They are looking above the creeper. You know what? You know what? Rogue. That is a very poor sketch of a frog, but you know what? There'll be a frog. I don't know how the frog's gonna feel about the creeper deciding, oh hey, I'm close enough to a player, I can explode. But you know what? Maybe the frog's the one that's inciting the chaos. So they're backing up. Oh no. Oh no. I just now realized I'm gonna have to draw so many eyes. If you guys haven't seen Bun's persona, let me pull up a reference I'm using that has all of ours. I drew this a little bit ago. Bun's shirt has a whole lot of eyes. I keep forgetting that. I don't know how I keep forgetting that. But you know what? I signed myself up for that, so that is what we're gonna do. There's gonna be a lot of eyes on that shirt. Because I could give them a different shirt, but I don't know what I'd give them at the moment. So for now, we're rolling with it. And you know what? Since there's a frog on the top, maybe they're looking at the frog directly. And of course they're like scared because, hey, creeper. But I feel like they'd also be a little confused. Just wait. Why is there a frog there? Dude, that was a cool movie. I liked that movie. I haven't seen 9 in a very long time, but I remember watching it when I was a kid. It was so fun. Okay. And you know what? Let's have it to where I'm just kind of recoiling. Just, oh god! I did not mean to punch my mic. Ah, yes. That was helpful. But where you're kind of bringing your arms up, being like, ah! No! Hey. You know what? I have to draw another creeper. I have to draw another creeper somewhere in the background. Because creepers never travel alone. They're always in a sizzle. Like, I know it's not all of the time, but the majority of the time, if I've seen a creeper, there's at least one other creeper somewhere nearby. That seems to be a relative constant that I have seen. I need to fix whatever's happening with my head. Or, no, dramatic pose, the head looks off. Come on. That still doesn't help it. Okay, let's do this instead. And fix it by doing it differently. Because the majority of the time that I actually draw my persona, which is for thumbnails, I legitimately just make big eyes and a circle for a head. I don't draw the chin or anything like that. I just have the eyes and the ears. But then again, they need to be looking that way. I'm glad you like watching me and other people create art. I It's always fun to watch others do art because it's always interesting to see the way they do it. Because I know people do it differently than I do in some cases. And it's always fun. I think one that I haven't actually found someone to watch just out of pure curiosity is just someone that does like backgrounds. Because whenever I do backgrounds, I usually have a random color. Well, not a random color. I usually have a tone that I want. And then I would, just in this case, I'll use red because I haven't used it yet. And then I'll use, since I'm using Sketchbook Pro, I use Conceptual Brush 2. That is the legitimate name of this brush. And I just get some basic shapes where I want, like, this is going to be closer to camera, this is going to be further away, and lighting and stuff like that. But it's always interesting to see how others do it. Thanks, Twonkerbell. And dude, makeup and costuming is a very, very cool art form. I remember there was a specific time, I don't remember where it was or what it even was from, but I remember there was a show I was watching at the time where they were doing all these, like, I think it was probably a body painting thing, but it was basically they were trying to create like turn these people into something else. And it's always, it intrigues me of how they do it because it looks magical because I don't understand it. And even then, but it was glow up. You know what it might have been? Because I haven't seen it in years, but I always love just seeing the transformations of being like, how in the world did you do that? That doesn't seem possible. Dude, the stuff they do with makeup and stuff is awesome. Globe had sections where they camouflage people in the places. That is also very cool to me. I remember that. I've seen it in there, and I've also seen it kind of like going online and people doing color matching when they're mixing paints together to get this specific color for this specific place and stuff like that. Like any type of art that is camouflaging, I like that in it of itself. I don't know how in the world they do that. There are. I don't know how they do it on themselves. Like legitimately. Like you're having to somehow make it look like the thing you're trying to do, but then they're also like doing it on yourself. But then again, I think the most I have done by myself is using a pen and drawing like cracks, like like if you were a porcelain doll kind of cracks, like basically just this, and then you shade this part and smudge it to make the shading over here. Like that was the majority that I did from what I remember, unless I was using actual makeup. Oh, I remember that one. And I wouldn't. Face off sounds familiar, but I can't draw a specific connection to something. But yeah. That is totally a readable sketch. None of that's lost in it whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about. I at least know what direction I'm trying to make them face. So, you know what? There's that. Let's go ahead and do that. It really is. Like, all types of art is so cool. Like, makeup, special effects, animation, digital art, traditional art, anything where people can express themselves and somehow put any kind of like even just a part of their imagination onto anything is really cool. It's part of the thing that actually made me want to do art myself. Because I actually didn't start. Yeah, engineers and architects, yeah. But I didn't start actually drawing to try and improve my art until I was in 5th grade. And that was legitimately just because I saw one of my friends drawing and it's like, we can do that? We can make art as good as that? Because I was friends with a really good artist at the time. And then a lot of growth spurts. Let's just say some of my older art is. You have to start from somewhere. And you know what? It could have been worse. Was not my best work. But then again, it was back in the past. So back then, I thought it was amazing. It's like, oh my god, I drew this. And then, however many years later, it's like, oh, I attempted to draw this. What in the world happened to your legs? Because I had a constant running theme for, I think, 2-3 years of my drawing. I could be wrong on the times, where the characters would be, you would have a head, you'd have their body, you'd have their hips, and then you'd have their legs. They'd have legs for days. I don't know why all of my characters had legs for days, but that was where my brain went within anatomy. I was like, oh, we have this section, and legs. That's all. Just legs. All right, that's the cane. Okay, so we have Minecraft. We have FNAF. We have Baby Teeth Face. We have Little Nightmares. What's another game? Yeah, you have to start somewhere. Like, any place is a good start. Like, it doesn't matter if it's really good for a beginner or stick figures. Or even just a line, a circle. It doesn't matter. Anywhere's a good place to start. As long as you're trying to put your imagination on paper and continue to do it, practice makes improvement. Oh, that's cool. How I when I was in high school, I took a fashion design class and it taught me a little bit of patterns and stuff. How in the world do you do that without a pattern? Like, legitimate question. That is honestly super cool. Oh, very much so. Uh, True. Very, very true. But yeah, there are so many different art forms that I know I either want to try and stuff like that, but then when I actually start getting into it, because of the fact that I've done so much drawing in this fashion, when I try to translate into a different art form, I have like a stopping point, and it's like, oh, nope, okay, that's fine, which is fine. There's always going to be that kind of pushback because it's a different medium, but for some reason, it makes it so I take a lot longer to learn those mediums, even though there's so many different art forms I would like to try. And I have tried a few. For example, fashion design, but I mainly liked drawing different clothes on different people because it was fun. Shapes and following body lines. Cool. You like the line, be brave and enough to suck at something new. Yeah, I, that is honestly a really good quote because that is legitimately how you get better at something. That's how you delve into new hobbies, new anything, really. And I honestly, like, something I wish that I can do is just be like, okay, I want to have this much time for this thing. I want to have this much time for this thing. And then be able to pause time and then give myself the ability to learn something new. Be like, ah, yes, now is the time. And also make sure that my brain doesn't go, hey, you're low on energy. You should sleep. Or you should maybe take a break because that sucks. It's like, oh, but I want to do this thing. No, you must sleep. Or you must do something other than what you want to do right now. Oh, but I wanted to do this thing. Never. Wait a minute. I was about to line this. I'm missing Elden Ring. How did I? can I do that? Dude, the gaming, the hobbies, like, I would find a way to stop somehow breaking things. And that may sound really odd, but let's just say there are certain items that whenever I touch it, I don't know how, but it always ends up breaking. For example, my sewing machine. I don't know how in the world I kept breaking it. But it doesn't work right now. And I'm so glad I'm graduated from high school, so I don't have to worry about fashion design class being like, ha, can't do that right now because it's not doing stuff. I don't know. Or the whiteout tape. I've tried it both ways. Like, backwards, forwards. Like, the way that people keep showing me. And it also somehow ends up breaking. Don't know how that one happens. So there are certain items that's like, okay, I'll let someone else handle that so I don't end up breaking it. I'm trying to think of something that's iconic from Elden Ring. Sure, maybe Baby Teeth Face. Baby Teeth Face isn't as iconic as I think it is, but I feel like it's pretty iconic. It's something that you go in the game and go, oh god! But the only thing I can think of is very big swords. And tentacle things. I really wish I knew what to do for that. In all fairness, what I can do is continue lining for a little bit, let myself think, instead of being like, oh, I have to do it now. Otherwise, we won't get anywhere. But it is something I need to think about before I color. So I need to put, you know what? I'll put a note. Elden Ring. That is, yes. Lovely writing. Because that's currently missing. Hopefully I'll remember what that means later. Be like, why did I write Elden Ring there? What about Elden Ring? What are we doing? I could do a giant pumpkin helmet. Because I feel like that's pretty memorable. But that could also just be because Blue was wearing that helmet for a very long time. Or at least long enough that I have a screenshot of it. And I really like that helmet. I could also do the staff. The staff that I began with, which was the astrologer's staff? They're constantly ringing. Oh my god, day and night. Do you know how hard it is when your Eldens are ringing? I don't even know what Eldens are, but they're ringing constantly. And that's why we had to defeat so many bosses, is to stop them from ringing. That's totally the plot. That is totally the entire plot of Elden Ring right there. That's totally not a fictive scenario. I don't know why I'm deciding to make this creeper just a basic creeper? The blasted rings. What? You don't remember, Blue? You don't remember how we're having to fight these beings to stop the Eldens from ringing? You know, the totally real, you're real and not so imaginary scenario. Yes. We got a quest for that, otherwise we'll go insane and gain even more tinnitus. Your very own real, not so imaginary friend. Okay. Let's do bop. Bop. You know what? That is a very squished too. Let's make this 2 a little less squished. It's still gonna be a little squished, but not as squished. I don't even know what font I'm trying to make this 2. It is a squishy font. You know what? If it wasn't attached to, well, it's not attached, but if it wasn't supposed to be stuck on food, I feel like a squishy candle would be interesting. Like when it's not lit, you could just like squish it, like a squish ball. A squish ball? Ah, yes, a squish ball. A stress ball. A squish font. The best font there is. Why is this 2 being... Okay, technically the 2 is not being temperamental, but still. Why is this being difficult? Would probably help is if I... That is a really squiggly bottom line. Don't you hate it when your bottom line is squiggly? Okay. Bop. 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 Okay, I made it a little bit too big. Needs to be just there. A squiggly bottom. I actually made a 2! Instead of whatever squished number that I was trying to make before. Oh my god, I haven't thought of Wow Wow Wubsy in a very long time. Oh, that was just a memory just popped back into my head. You know what? Maybe I will. It'll have the squiggliest tail ever. I just need to get to the tail. You know what? It'll be a ghost. It'll have a squiggly ghost tail. The candle's part ghost. Or it's also on fire. I mean, both work. It's either a ghost tail on the 2, or it's on fire. We'll see which one's true after these messages. There we go. And let's put the wick. There we go. For this one, I mean, you know what? I know that there's supposed to be a candle flame there. I just need to remember that for when I'm actually coloring. Because I don't think I want there to be a black outline around the flame. The bendiest tail. Okay, it's not the bendiest tail. It could be bendier. But there's no ink machine around. I love those kinds of jokes. You know what? Before I actually start making the cake itself, I probably should have the actual table set down. Aw. Thank you, Littlin. Littlin at the Twonkerbell house. Can I? Oh, I had it lined up where I wanted it. I just wanted to zoom out a little bit. Okay. Bop. That is a long table. I think I want it to end about here, and then it'll just be perspective. I think that'll be nice. Let's do bop, bop. And there we go. Also, probably should make the table not become infinite over here. Even though an infinite table would be interesting, we don't need an infinite table right now. The infinite table. Wonder what it contains. Was that a stretch? Maybe. But it's fun. If the table ever were to break, the whole universe would end. We need to respect our tables. If we don't, the table will end. And all will come to an end. There we go. That also means I need to draw the rest of Bun's visible body, but besides that, that looks like a good table. Except for the fact that I don't know what's going on at that corner, so I need to fix that as well. You know what? One needs to be careful where they're putting their hand. That is really close to the tiny characters that will easily get crushed. There we go. Yes. That would most likely be their leg up in front. So since they're stepping back, or I could do a fun little trick of using their tail to hide that leg. We don't talk about that leg. That leg doesn't exist right now. What leg? What are we talking about? It was nothing about legs. Let's do this instead. No! I know I could have just turned the ruler back on, but you know what? It's fine. Elden legs. I know you're probably referencing the sketch, but actually, wait a minute. That's there. First off, I need to fix these legs. Please let me select all of said leg. Make them a little bit bigger. And you know what? I'm trying to think. What do the statues of Marika look like? Because it could do like a parody off. Well, not it wouldn't be a parody, but kind of a riff on it. Close enough. To where it could be like the table legs were carved. No, as much as that would be cool, it's not close enough. Because if I remember off the top of my head, just going off of my base memory, the statues of Marika are more like this, and oftentimes broken and stuff like that. So having them be sculpted into the table leg would be, well, unstable, unsteady in a few places, I would assume. Hmm. What other things? My brain is blanking. And I know a way to stop it from blanking. But that would require me to look at some images. And yes, those are my screenshots just from the game. I have a lot of screenshots from Elden Ring. I just constantly take screenshots just in case if there's one that'd be good for a thumbnail. And the graces are just streaks of light. Hmm. I am truly blanking. Because there's so much in Elden Ring that I could pull from. Because I don't know if there's... Oh, wait. I guess I could technically just do the arm of... What's her face? I am so bad at names. And the only reason I know of it is because of one of the paintings in the game, and just because I like listening to songs about video games. So I could do that. But also a giant sword would also do. Why? I am so glad I made the table before I actually drew said cake. Because said cake is very somehow lopsided? I don't know how I managed that, but you know what? I did. And this is a red velvet cake. When I think of a red velvet cake, I think you had the red velvet, and then you have probably cream cheese frosting, or at least like a thick white frosting on the outside with little decorations, which would most likely end up being piping decorations. This is showing how much I thought about the cake in specifics. Because I was like, oh, depending on the cake, I'm going to draw this. Cream cheese or vanilla frosting would work. Yeah. Baking is another art. I love baking. Like, baking is a lot of fun. I don't do it often. But when I do enjoy it. Even if sometimes it may not always seem like it. Because I'll admit, when I'm in the kitchen, I will be in the zone and I will have my headphones on. Because I like focusing. And that's the main way to get me to focus, is if I drown out the world around me so I don't have any distractions. But in other cases, like, for instance, what I do here, sometimes distractions are fine, and also I can't really do that. There's going to be a lot of things. For instance, I like talking to you guys. Second, there's always going to be things that'll happen in video games. And third, there's a reason I turned down my headset during drawing streams, just so I can focus a little bit better. Because the music is actually relatively loud on my end. I just turned it down on your guys' end so it fits. And so I had to turn down my headset because I don't want to turn down the sound and then have to mess with the sound settings again. Could I do it an easier way? Of course. Am I going to? Not at the moment. Not until I have another thing that I'm going to add, which you guys will see sometime soon, hopefully. I say it like that because I legitimately just need to finish shading. That's a small hint on what it may be. But I am super excited for when it is finished. But I also need to play with it, be like, does this work? What about this? Does it actually work, or am I just thinking it works and then it won't work on stream? But we'll see. We'll see. Speaking of that specific project, I was gonna do basically a video being like, hey, it's the 1 year on T. This is my voice throughout using all of the intros to Phasma Friday. Then I realized I don't have those recordings. Like, I have the recent ones, but not the very early ones. I'm going to figure out a way to work around it. We'll see how that goes. That's... If it happens, hooray! If it doesn't, I'll draw instead. Will it be on stream? It really depends on how much energy I have, because this week is really busy. A lot of things are happening. Like, sure, I have streams, including this extra stream. And then I have my birthday. And then depending on if I finish this today or not, I might stream on my birthday, so really depends. But there's a lot of things going on in just the beginning of September that are like celebratory marks. It's like, oh hey, that's when my YouTube channel was born. Oh hey, that's when you were born. Oh hey, that's when you started taking tea. And it's like, oh, all of that's right there. Oops. But you know what? It means that September is a really fun month. And you know what? This is the first birthday of mine. Well, excluding the fact when it's on weekends, like technically this year. But excluding that, this is the first year I didn't have to worry about, oh hey, does my birthday land on a weekday? Am I gonna have to go to school, like the first day of school on my birthday? Because that was a constant for me for a little bit. But it's no longer a thing. And I am so very thankful. Because as much as there was a few things I really loved in school, because I'll admit, I did enjoy a lot of my classes. Okay, mostly my art-driven classes, but that's beside the point. I enjoyed a lot of my classes. Hi, Yokai. Chip legs. Don't let your chips run away. That would be sad. Hi, Bunny. But yeah, I will say, sure, I don't have someone to be like, here is your class and your assignment on how to do this. But I do still get to learn new things. Because there are a few things that I am working on. Or am planning to work on. That are going to be a lot of fun. I'm giving this way more hype than I probably should. Because it's probably not going to live up to it, but I'm at least excited. Dang it. How have I managed? You know what? I'm going to untilt it. When it's untilted, how have I managed this? It's just off enough that I know it's off, but it's also good enough that I can't tell how to fix it. I think this side is too pointy. Ah, yes, a pointy cake. I mean, maybe there's a pointy cake. This is not a pointy cake. That surprisingly helped it a lot. Alrighty then. That's the legs, and that's the main table. There we go. And there's going to be a tiny slice out of said cake. Just from 6 and the gnome. And then, of course, Baby Teeth Face's addition to it. I'm gonna need to fix the edge of this cake. I don't know why I'm not connecting the lines, but you know what? The lines don't need to be connected right now. It's supposed to show that it's been viciously eaten. Okay, maybe not viciously eaten, but it's been there's a significant chunk of the cake just gone. Thanks, Baby Teeth Face. You have done this. Worship the cake. I mean, if it's good enough cake to eat a chunk of it, even when you're undead. What have you done, Baby Teeth Face? That is a substantial chunk, and it's not even from your face, because it doesn't look like teeth marks or anything. It just looks like they probably, like, grabbed, like, 2 fistfuls, one being small, one being gigantic, and then brought it down to the table and just started eating it. That's what that looks like. Because I don't see teeth marks. You know what? Maybe that is what they did. Oh, their hands would be sticky. It's fine. It's not my hands. You can choose to be sticky, Baby Teeth Face. You and your cake-covered hand. You know what? Not like that. Let's have it instead where the hand is... Yeah. I don't like sticky, personally. But if Baby Teeth Face wants to be sticky, they can choose to be sticky. To eat fistfuls of cake. That is not where their thumb would be. The thumb would probably be more so here. Delicious. I think I need to curve the fingers more, but I could do that when doing the line art. Why did I not give the creeper a face? It is a faceless creeper. I would honestly be concerned if a creeper came up to me and had no face. I'd be very concerned. I wouldn't even be able to blame it on any of the iconic horror Minecraft things. Because I don't think Noel would do that. No, Herobrine doesn't do that. Just faceless creepers walking around. Rogue. Inflict the chaos. You know what? Let's up it over here. I'm just gonna make this a cute little frog. A cute little frog that is helping the creeper with its plan. I should really give it a party hat, shouldn't I? Every frog needs a party hat. I need to figure out what colors. No! That wasn't the right color. There we go. Let's see here. Perfect. It's dressed for the occasion. It's adorable. You know what? I was legitimately just doing that so I'd know where everything was, but you know what? I'm gonna keep that face. It's adorable and I love it. Even if it is going to bring a creeper to the party. I mean, it'll be interesting to say the least. And we'll have to make a new cake, but it's also a frog. With 2 different sized eyeballs. How have I managed this? How have I managed? Wait a minute. That is odd. Okay. Let's do bop. Oh, that is very different sized eyes. Are you okay there, frog? Do you need help? Okay, I think I need to fix a fair portion of this. I think I accidentally made this guy a little bit squished. It's a frog. I love frogs. They're super cute. Even if they cause chaos. Okay. You know what? Eyes first. Let's do the eyes first. Let's do bop. Come on. Ew. Have fun watching and listening. And doing your craft. Alrighty then. If I... That is a rough eye. The first one was so perfect. Except for the fact that it was too small. And now I'm trying to fix it. And it's very rough. Ooh. You're playing with rhinestones? That sounds like fun. Make everything shiny. Well, something that could be messing with it is also the fact that this is also still not quite fixed. But you know what? Oh. Oh, that's still rough on the... Why are both of those eyes rough? Okay. There we go, and I need that, not that. I just need to fix this eye. Night, Lily! Thank you. And I'll do my best. Even with impending doom. Dim, 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 dim. That is the right one. Okay. I think once I get the outside fixed, it'll come together. Okay, it does not need to have that much. It just needs to be a little bit taller. There we go. It is difficult to tell. If I do this real quick. You know what? It does patch the previous mistake. Still feels shaky on some parts, though. Instead of a major size difference, it is legitimately just shaky lines. And this one was just there from the beginning. There we go. You know what? It's a little better. Whatever's going on in the middle here is a little odd, but other than that, not bad. The Chaos Frog. You must beware the Chaos Frog, for it befriends creepers. It looks innocent. It's so adorable. I mean, yeah, it's a little intimidating because it's sitting on top of a creeper, but it really is cute. Okay, let's go ahead and do a little bit of that. So we can get the legs into play. Oh, where is that? There we go. And now I can do the legs. Good frog. Now can you please call off your creeper before you blow all of us up? Please. If I draw you well, will you be kind? It said ribbit. I don't think we're gonna be okay, guys. Just a little guy. That's totally how those legs would go. It's. I hope it's not, because that's really uncomfortable, but here we are. And you get the front legs. Okay, I need to fix that. There we go. I do need to. Actually, I need to fix a fair chunk of that. Because they're standing on the top of this creeper's head and kind of just holding on. They don't have to. They could just hop on and stay there because the creeper's got a rather flat head. But they're hanging on. In all fairness, maybe they're readying to hop away once the creeper is fully charged. Maybe that was the frog's plan all along. That looks uncomfortable. But then again, I'm not a frog. So I honestly wouldn't be able to tell. Yeah, of course. And good night, Sage. No, fairness, I should do it the other way around. That looks even more uncomfortable. This frog is confusing me. You know what? Who needs to find legs? The frog does. The frog's just confusing me. Why are you confusing me, frog? Why have you done... Ah, yes, why have you done this to me? I say, drawing the frog. It was totally the frog's doing. It wasn't. I'd rather admit that than have the frog be mad and bring even more creepers. Wait a minute. This is gonna be a really tall creeper. You know what? Maybe the creeper's staying on a soapbox. Not an actual box of soap, but a box just so they can be up at a good point for theatrics. The frog made sure that the box was in place before this all started, so no one would know. And it would squeak at anyone who tried to move the box. That actually sounds adorable. Why didn't you move the box? It squeaked at me. You wouldn't move a box that a frog squeaked at you for, would you? Of course not. This is adorable. So you go, aw, and then the frog's plan is already underway. I don't know what in the world I'm doing for this plate, but you know what? I'm gonna see where that goes. Because apparently it's going to be a plate that is capable of also holding a fair chunk of liquid instead of just a platter. Around, around, and around. You know what? It'll be bad lines for now, and I'll fix it when I can turn my screen. You know what? They're not the worst lines I've ever had. They're also not the best. Especially since I keep messing up right there. There we go. Now we can just go to this one. Erase the ones that overlap with the redrawn one. I have a feeling that's not at all accurate. I guess we'll see when we turn it. Okay, it's not the worst. Right over here, it's odd. But it could have been a lot worse. There we go. And there it'll become thinner just because of perspective. And then over here, it'll be bigger. That's... You know what? I'm going to roll with it. I'm going to combine all the plate layers, and then I think I'm going to mess with it in the transform tool. Because you know what? I think it's close enough that we can make a few adjustments where it doesn't look so off. Let's do our best not to have stray lines. You know what? This is not dark enough for the outside of the plate, but you know what? Since we're going to be transforming it, it's going to need to be ran over again with the pen. So that's fine. For now, that is fine. So it's... That's for the frog. So it's 45 to 42. And it'll look odd for a second. But this will at least get the general shape of what we want it to be at. Because if we have it there, and then of course we need to have it... Well, you know what? The dip would actually be covered by the slip. Okay. Let's go ahead and lower the opacity. I'm gonna lower the table opacity as well, just because it is... That's the cake. That's the table legs. There we go. Just because the table is... You know what? Just so I know which layer this is, I'll label it. Then let's trace the outside first. Then we'll do the inside. We'll take away the layer 42. See if it looks okay without these lines. If it does, hooray. If it doesn't, we'll fix it. Because I know we can. Please. There we go. I kept scrolling into the wrong part. You know what? Nope. There we go. I'm going to put it on its side because I think that's going to be easier to do. Because whenever I try to do curved lines that are horizontal, actually horizontal, it, the majority of the time, does not work the way I want it to. But you know what? We can always move the canvas. Well, not in all cases, but in this case we can. There we go. And hopefully this line is going to be light enough that it won't be as dark as the outside line. Because it's not a different object. It's the same object, just kind of curved. With a bit of edge. There we go. Looks a little odd. What if just on the edges here, similar to what we did in the initial sketch of the plate, we can do that to help show that there's a slight curve, but not have to be too distracting. And you know what? I don't know why I decided the plate's not going to be, like, perfectly flat, but you know what? That works. I honestly like that better than before. I think this is a bit much, but other than that, Let's go ahead and take this bit and do that instead. And then we can go back to the tabletop, bring it back up to full opacity. There we go. I actually don't hate that. And you know what? To add a little bit more, you know what? I don't know why I put that there. Have a little bit of crumbs in this specific area, just for the simple fact of it was grabbed with, well, it wasn't cut with a knife and it wasn't served with a spatula or any of the sort. So a few crumbs kind of makes sense. There we go. What is... No. Go away. What was that? No? Can I not have random pop-ups, please? Okay. Let's go ahead. And draw the little cake for these guys. Ah, yes. Cake texture. That might be a bit too much, but adding a little bit of cake texture probably won't hurt. And you know what? There we go. Oh, that's really tiny. That is the tiniest flip lighter ever. I might need to make that bigger depending on how big I make 6 here. And this is a very tiny plate in comparison to the platter that is right next to it. Let's do bop, bop, and bop. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Sure, the inside of here doesn't have any texture, and neither does the outside of the cake. But that's because, at the moment, I'm blanking on what the cake should actually look like. I just know the basic shape. And I know that it's going to be cakey, because it's cake. Other than that, blank slate. Oh, and that it's red velvet. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Let's have a fork in Six's mouth, basically, like they're actively eating. Will we see the fork in the mouth? No, because you can't see the face. But you can see the butt end of the fork or spoon, whatever utensil they are using. I feel like they'd have their knees up to their chest when they're sitting, basically curled up. It looks like you're trying to put it in your eye. That is not right. There we go. Why are you difficult? What are you going to do with your other hand? I know what you're doing with your left hand. You know what? If they do have their knees up, they could have their hand right here, just as like they're holding their knees up to their chest because it's comfy. That doesn't feel right. What do you do, Six? Besides eat and run around with a lighter and see unimaginable horrors. You know what? Fine, you're sitting like this. Ooh. You know what? I can I can play off of that and instead have it to where they're more so kind of like leaning on their other hand so they can actively eat. So you know what? Let's turn up the opacity a little bit. Make this into a different color. And instead, I'm going to bring this, go over here. Their hand is over here. The most readable sketch in history. Ah, yes. If we have it like this, and I'm going to use a darker color that isn't black, because it's not the outline yet. We can add the fork end right there, just to make this a lot more readable. And then, of course, her hand is out there. Right idea, wrong outcome. I like this part. But if they're going to be leaning on their arm, the rest of their body needs to be a little bit farther back. Apparently they're going to be even smaller. There we go. And then their arm can actually go out. And it's holding them rather than just having their arm be placed. I don't know why they're deciding to sit so far away from said food. They could sit like right there or stand alongside the gnome, but they wanted to sit down. But they also wanted some cake and didn't want to move. So instead they moved their entire body and grabbed some cake. And I won't lie and say I haven't done that before. But it's usually because it's like, I'm sitting, I don't know, in the grass. And it's warm where I'm sitting. But if I sit anywhere else, it's going to be cold and I have to get comfortable again. So maybe it's that situation. That table right there is nice and warm because they've been sitting there, but the rest of the table is ice cold. I mean, then again, they could just use their lighter, but they're thinking about cake. They're not thinking about any other solution except, delicious cake. At least they're actually eating with a fork, though. Because that'd be sticky. And the main reason why I focused on 6 is so I could draw the gnome. I love drawing 6, but the gnome's adorable. And because they're so small, I'm not going to be able to put too much detail in it. Tabletop, tabletop, tabletop. Where are you? There you are. There we go. You know, it'd probably end right about here. You know what? Considering the fact that that's not too big, I'm kind of proud of that hand. There we go. Delicious. In the grand scheme of things, that's not terrible. It does seem a little odd. I'm not entirely sure why. You know what? If it's like that, then they could be eating it and then resting their fork in their mouth, like still currently eating it, but the handle of the fork is kind of like in the corner of their mouth. Yeah. And now it's time for the little gnome. Little friend. I honestly don't know what the gnome's hands look like off the top of my head. And since it's so small, I can kind of get away with not putting too much in the hands. And not have it look too bad. It's just a little guy. Alrighty then. You know what? I don't know what that one's attached to, but I know what these are attached to. So I'm going to quickly combine those. Just to see what it looks like so far. I need to fix the table real quick. If I can find it. Tabletop. There it is. Oh. There we go. To be honest, I'm happy with that. Sure, it's a really small space, so you're not going to really be able to see a whole lot of it. But I think enough is visible from afar that it should be good. Because if I try to put too much in it, it'll just end up looking like a black blob with some gray bits. Which wouldn't really be helpful. Okay. You know what? Let's do... Let's do blue next. At least his face. Because it's already, for the most part, drawn out. Sure, we have a few bits to refine, but for the most part, it is worked out. There we go. Let's go ahead and get some of the lines of some of the folds just because it's sewn together. And I should probably... No, the eye's probably set right. Because I'm having to think of how this is attached on as well as how the mask would look from a side view. That's not right. Why am I putting this on? Okay. You know what? It's part of tabletop now. Wasn't supposed to be, but it is now. Because if the eye is here, you're gonna have the cheek. That is very odd when I do it like that. Probably it'd help if I make a general face. Meaning that having it attach at this point would probably be the way to go. It also doesn't look terrible just like that. We'll see if I can get away with it. Worst that happens is that I don't, and I need to figure out how to do that specific line where it's attached. But otherwise, I should be able to do it. Let's see here. Just the circle eyes. So when I first drew Blue's persona just for expressions, it was normal, happy, bored, tired, anything. Basically unamused or something to that effect. Don't know why I made it so tired, but... And then, of course, you have scared out of your mind or just sad or surprised. Hmm. You know what? Let's go ahead and draw the circle first and see how we feel about it. Because it can also be seen as shock or surprise I'm gonna have to put some other indicator. Because I don't think adding... Ooh. You know what? Either we can add just this to show something's wrong. You know, the way that I'd say I've seen anime before. Or we can have him trembling a bit. Just like, oh no. But I feel like he'd be frozen. He'd be like, what's going on? I don't think he'd be quaking in his boots. I find it funny that I know what footwear Bun's persona has. They're just wearing high tops of sorts. I don't know what my persona or Blue's persona would wear as shoes. Mine's probably just basic tennis shoes, in all fairness. I can see his character having boots, considering the fact that he's wearing like a fancy overcoat of sorts. Huh. Boots? Okay, cool. If I do that, yeah, it's just one line. But I think that might add just the amount of paranoia we would need. Ah, yes, paranoia. The paranoia of when you casually have a creeper behind you. I know I don't usually draw him with any sort of eyebrows, you know, because he's wearing a mask. But I feel like it kind of needs it to actually convey the emotion that is needed to be conveyed here. So Blue, you gain an eyebrow. How do you feel? You feel shocked? I feel like you feel shocked in this specific scenario. In all fairness, a lot of emotion is actually conveyed through eyebrows, not just like eyes alone, but eyebrows, mouth shape. So you know what? I don't know how, but you have magical eyebrows. In all reality, that'd be kind of terrifying in real life, but this isn't real life. We'll see how I feel about that eyebrow later. I might erase it where the hair is. I might not. Right now it seems a little cluttered just in this specific hair area, but I liked it before the hair, so I think it's what we needed. It's just currently not doing great because of the added. So how did that make you feel? Ah, yes. Perfect. It's a very odd arc, but I'll take it. One of the streams called Father. One of the streams called The Therapist. You know what? I'm here for it. I should have drawn the hair first. I did not do that. I was going to, and then I promptly didn't. It's not that much of a mess up, but you know what? There we go. I also really need to draw that hat. I just don't want to draw that hat right now. I'm focused on other details because they're actually shown and not really roughly sketched. Do you have connected ears or non-connected ears? Wait a minute. Don't mind me as I have to zoom in. Connected, okay. I don't think I've ever drawn that part of the ear on this persona. So you know what? There it is. I need to remember that now. Otherwise, that's going to be an evolving ear shape. Okay. Besides the hat, everything else I need to actually sketch out. Why did I pick that color for my head? It was certainly a choice. I mean, at least it's easy to see. And I like the color. It's just very abruptly more vibrant than the color for the other half of my body. Or I won't have to memorize the thing because it's going to be mostly covered up. Oops. Oh well. Okay, not that much. Not that much. I keep going too far with that. There we go. Well, I know where your back's supposed to be. You know what? I just now realized this. But we don't have bottom halves. I could fix this by just putting a tablecloth over the table. Or you know what? How do I want to do this? Baby teeth face, what did you do? You know what? Maybe baby teeth face, instead of like putting a blanket over the table, they used like thumbtacks to hold a blanket up under the table because they weren't allowed to put the blanket on top of the table because of the cake. And I still wanted to make a blanket for it. You know what? I like that. I mean, sure, it means I'm gonna have to figure out what blanket pattern to have. But you know what? That's all right. I somehow need to do a darker color than the red I've chosen. And it can't be purple. Can it be blue? I mean, it works. I'm able to tell what is different. That is the main goal. Can I read my sketch? Yay or nay? If it's yay, then it's a color I can use. If it's not, then I need to pick a different color. There we go. I'm totally not having to look back at the reference and back up just to make sure I'm actually going to be drawing things correctly. There we go. And this is the left side. Of course I hid that hand. Why wouldn't I have hid that hand? Okay, there's... What did I just do? No, I had the palettes right there. Don't mind me as I accidentally clicked random buttons that makes it so I go to the wrong thing. Okay. On this one, it is... Oh, this one has... Oh, no. That's the wrong hand. This one isn't, though. Mushroom. There's a lot of little aspects to Bun's persona. Yeah. There are certain characters and personas that I had to keep on looking over, being like, did I do it right? Did I do it right? Am I missing a detail? What's going on? Just in case. Or even when I'm just like making, let's say, a new pair of shoes, because I did that with Kane. So if you don't know who Kane is, you can actually see him if you go to my Kara account, which is linked in my bio. But Kane is the prince of the Mushis. Basically, people who wear mushroom tops as hats in order to stay safe from bigger predators. Because if they look like poisonous mushrooms, they won't get eaten. But I grabbed two different shoes that I just found and tried to mix them together. That was interesting to say the least. I had fun, but it was a little difficult. I don't think there's anything on this hand. There's nothing on this hand, meaning I don't need to mess with it. This is clothing. I'm just sketching the clothing. Or the tail, because fairly certain this tail covers up 90% of the rest of it. Ah, yes, 90% of the rest of it. That's totally 90%. I'll just do quick sketch. That is not where their hair would line up. Line up? End up. That's not where their hair would end up. And then goes over, goes down. Hair. Very rough hair sketch. If I do any more, I'm just going to end up drawing the entire thing. Which wouldn't be bad. But this is just a sketch layer. I don't think there's going to be anything added to mine, so I don't think I need to do that one. And if I do, I'll regret it later. And be like, why didn't I sketch it? I should have sketched it while I had the chance. But that's for future me to be upset about. You know what? I already started on blue. Might as well continue working on blue. You know what? That's fine. It only kind of hurts that that's going to be hidden. There we go. You know what? This is all the way up, but because he's turning, it'd probably be a little bent. There we go. Perfect. I say that and then I'm gonna look at it and be like, that light was terrible! And then redo it 7 times, but we'll figure that out later. The first time I drew Blue's persona, he technically had a different jacket on. And in my head, I'm just thinking he has 2 different jackets that are just really close to being almost the same, except one has the little flappy bits on the end, like the extra fabric, and one doesn't. Because in the Pride drawing I did, which is what I'm using as a reference, I forgot the flappy bits. So Blue has multiple jackets confirmed. I mean, we don't know what he looks like underneath the mask. For all we know, he is a shapeshifter. The only way we would know is, well, if we somehow witnessed this happen. Or if Blue was like, yeah, you caught me. I am a shapeshifter. And then we'll all gasp. We'll clutch our pearls. Or anything to the equivalent. What layer? Oh, right, table. No, it's above the table. Was it above the table? It was above the table, except for this small little part. There we go. Where did I... Was this one? No. There we go. Perfect. That is too much of a gap. There we go. I missed a few lines there. Dang it. There we go. You're gonna have a lot of jackets, Blue. Because I made this sleeve super baggy. I mean, I'm gonna fix it, but... Jeez. Actually, you might have the adequate amount of jackets, and maybe me and Bun just have one singular outfit. AKA, I need to... At least for mine. I would need to talk to Bun, but... For mine, I might need to figure out some new outfits. Just for fun. We'll see. That is a project for another day. Come on. It's still extremely baggy in comparison to the one that you were wearing before. I don't know how I've managed this, but I have. If we do that instead... I mean, it fixes it a little bit, except for the fact that this is too big. Hi, Hannah Blossom. And this is the celebration of my channel being alive for 2 years. Because it was today, well, not today, but the 9th of, not the 9th of September, yes, the 4th of September that I released my first video, which was actually a Phasmo video because I made my channel technically the 3rd of September, and then realized that, hey, I can't stream immediately, so it was going to be a Phasmo Friday stream, and then it ended up being a video instead. Hence why there is, I think, actually I could be wrong, but I know there's not a lot of videos of Phasmo Friday, and most of them are streams. I know the first one is a video. And if there's other videos of Phasmo Friday, then they aren't coming to me off the top of my head. But yeah, that is what we are celebrating. At least right now. And then if I don't finish this today, it'll also be a celebration of my 19th birthday. So it really depends. Right now, it's just my channel. Thanks. Glad you like it. There we go. Much better. Okay. You can see Blue's back. Perfect. Something about this shoulder feels off. It's not super off, but it's off enough that I want to fix it a little bit. And I also need to make that curve. There we go. I still have yet to put a face on that creeper. You know what? If I actually figure out what to put as an Elden Ring reference before I actually put a face on the creeper, I might make it so that there's 2 versions. The faceless creeper and the actual creeper. Okay. Let's quickly make an actual sketch of a hat that I'll be able to... Okay. Hope you enjoy hanging out while you can. There we go. At this angle, that is not the right top. So it looks like it is bent enough to the camera that we'd actually be able to see the top of the hat. If we change that, besides the edge of this hat kind of curving off a bit, not too bad. I need to actually click the pencil. I'm fairly certain using an eraser probably wouldn't be the best idea. At least in that specific case. We're done with Blue's clothes. That's fun stuff. I just need to turn down the opacity here so I can... Yeah. Apparently so I can zoom into the gray abyss over there. So I can actually do the hat. There we go. I just now realized my tablet screen has been on this entire time. I say that mainly because it's warm. Especially since I should have remembered that it was on, since I was using it as a place where my references are, but it is extremely warm. Not like start a fire warm, thankfully, but warm enough that it's odd. You know what? Since I'm not currently looking at it for a reference, I'm going to turn it off. Because thankfully I can do that and still use it. Okay, I think the top of this hat needs to be a little bit flatter. Maybe more like this. Yeah, that looks better. And now he can finish Blue's hair, which is legitimately just that line. Kind of looks like... You know what? No, the creeper's about to explode, so maybe there's kind of like a gush of wind. Like, not strong enough like to blow a lot of stuff away, but maybe it tilted his hat? Or maybe he's just in a panic to get away, and it tilted his hat for him. Because it kind of looks like the hat's starting to come off his head, and you know what? Kind of fits with the chaos of this. I'm down for it. Okay. You know what? Let's do Bun next. Because Bun has a lot of details. And also, I don't want to draw my persona right now. Not yet. I'll have to soon, but not yet. That is... Okay, I need to turn back on my reference. Come on. In all fairness, that's not too far off from how I originally drew them. Is it odd? A little bit. But I think I can fix it. That works. Fear. For now, just so I know where the eye placement's going to be, I'm going to do that. And also, it's good for a cartoony, hey, I'm scared face. So, you know what? It works for the moment. I'm definitely going to need to adjust the jaw a bit. Or will I? I guess the only way to find out is to actually start drawing it. Is it on this side? Oh, it is! Actually drew it on the side where their earrings can show. Lovely. Okay. I would like to actually till this bit. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Right, I was gonna have slight confusion. I guess we're gonna figure out how to put slight confusion and fear together. If I have both eyebrows visible, this would be a lot easier. I could also put an emoticon next to them, being like, what? What? We'll see how much of one specific motion is shown. Almost every single time, I end up drawing fun in the wrong direction. Because a lot of the details that they usually have are on the other side of their character. But you know what? At least you can see their face, and I didn't do it the other way where their mask would be covering the majority of the face. Why did I put this all the way up here? This needs to go all the way down with the sketches. All right. Let's go ahead. And get the relative face shape down. Let's see if I can continue doing as well as I'm currently doing. Pretty please. Because I honestly can't pinpoint a time that I've done an open mouth side profile in a hot minute. And if I quickly turn this off, you know what? I like that. There we go. I do need to fix a little bit of the bottom lip. That looks better. Then snake bites. Well, singular snake bites since the other one's hidden. You know what? Their ice ship is similar to mine. Okay. There we go. And you know what? Once I actually draw the hair, I'll mess with the eyebrow. But for now, I'll leave it as is. You know what? Once I figure out the hair, I bet that'll stop looking odd. Because right now it looks a little odd. We'll see. If not, I'll mess with it again. But for now, I'm happy. Oh, that's what that is. It's like, what is this? Why is there random marks? It's just the adding of the teeth. Okay, if you are looking... You look more terrified than confused. I mean, yay, I got the terrified look down. How do I add confusion? You know what? I want to test a small thing. If I move that forward, which also means I'm going to need to... Do I need to fix that? A little bit. Something about this isn't quite right. You know what? How about... That doesn't look right. What about this isn't right? Wait a minute. I have no idea where they... Oh, is the hair here? Okay. I mean, they need it. But for some reason, it really ages them up. Which isn't the intention. Because right now they... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Might want to add these on the same layer. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Not quite. That looks even worse. If I put it too forward, then the nose isn't going to have as much depth. And over here, it needs to be like that instead. Unless they're having a lopsided open mouth scream. Ah, yes, a lopsided scream. I mean, I know I added this line. You know what? Wait a minute. Okay, I need to erase it fully. It's legitimately that one line. But now they don't look as frightened. Like, they look terrified here. It'll be fine. I have a feeling that once I add everything else, screams and lopsided. Ah, yes. Ah. I feel like that was probably just a normal scream. But I have a feeling once I add everything else, that one line that helps invoke fear into the expression won't somehow age them up. I mean, I did the same thing to Blue, but then again, he's also wearing a mask. Oh, this time I actually need to remember this detail. We need to make sure we have our leaf. I don't know why I made that leaf really odd in the sketch, but yes. Yes, it does. And I feel like I kind of need to add permanent eye patch to mine. Just saying. Very. You can't forget the leaf of the man. And this hair, it's curved over in such a way that that's probably relatively close to how I'm gonna have to do that side of the hair. Side profiles are always interesting. Hmm. Hmm. If I do this instead, and then go to forehead and just gonna do a bit of that. No. I'm trying to okay, fun. I don't know if you know how to do this without both eyebrows, but I'm trying to give the look that is both terrified because there's a creeper, but confused of why there's a frog. So if by the end of drawing you, it doesn't also have confusion somewhere, I'm gonna end up putting like an emoticon of that's not a of just huh? What? But yeah, without both eyebrows, I honestly don't know how to give that impression. Because usually you can do the one eyebrow's furrowed, one eyebrow's up. You know, the questioning look. I honestly don't know what to call that look. Yeah. I think that's what I might do. Because why not? Vine boom sound effect. Okay. Oh, right. Your hair goes just a little bit below your chin. Not too much. I made it a lot longer than I originally planned it to be. But you know what? Hair grows. Maybe this is just before a haircut. Ain't too long, ain't too short. Fair enough. I actually did draw your ear in one of these. Well, I've drawn your ear in several of these, just not the inner ear shape. Your okay. Need to figure out where your head was positioned because you got flatter ears. They're not downtrodden. They're not too high up. They're just kind of level. Level ears. That makes it sound like whenever you level up, you either gain a new pair of ears, or your ears just perk up a little bit more. And then eventually just do a 360 until you're back to level 0. That would actually be kind of horrifying. Your ears? What are you building with your ears? And can my hip please stop hurting? Oh. You know what? That is really good. I guess you were I guess you were a level over me. There we go. Honestly, I think I somehow, when making your character, made your ears longer than mine. Which is fine. I just find it a little odd. I don't know how I did that. Actually, I know how I did that. We have different head shapes. And looking back at that picture now, I drew that ear wrong. Because that is way too long. Someone was bending my ear in that picture. If you're wondering what picture, this picture. Something's bending my ear. Because my ear would not be like that. But who knows? Maybe something is bending my ear. And I feel like we should have... Well, I should have questions. Unless I put something there. Did I tape my ear to my head? Bending it just for that photo? That'd be uncomfortable. Bop. Bop. That is not properly spaced. There we go. With how big those look like gauges. I mean, they could easily just be like just round jewelry that takes up a fair chunk of room, but it's just a needle. But it kind of looks like gauges. And they're another thing that keep getting bigger every single time I draw them. How about shrink them a bit? As long as you keep the gauges in. Unless you want to put things through the holes of your flesh, I mean... Do what you want to do. You know what? That would actually be kind of cool. Like, just as a fun little design. That wouldn't have any purpose other than just being a fun little thing of, let's say you didn't put in your gauges, so you just have holes there. So whenever they're like, let's say it's an animation, whenever someone has to animate everything, they would have to make sure to also mess with stuff that's in your ears, just to show that, hey, these are holes. There's no flesh here. I don't know why I find that interesting, but I do. Technically, the top part is the only part I have drawn, and I think any of your Persona pictures. I'm gonna be honest, Bunny. And that was just from your, where is it? From this one. I think this is the only time I've drawn your inner ear. At least with this specific persona. No, I would like. I have the palette. I have the palettes for a reason. Please let me. Thank you. They have their palettes on an image that I just have popped out, but if I click wrong on said image, it'll go to the other image that's before, or the other image that's in front. I don't. Ah, yes. Let me just do it all from memory. That would be terrible. That would be so inconsistent. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be terrible, but it would not be great. It'd be like, oh, what colors did I use? I guess we'll go for memory. In all fairness, I think I can do okay with both you and Blue, and even my persona. Just color-wise, would I be able to get everything? No. And some of the things I do legitimately need direct colors. But not everything. You can tell how much I trust my color memory. I feel like it's not that bad. I feel like I have a better image memory than I do a literary memory. I say that in the fact of I can remember a face way better than I can remember a name. But doesn't mean it'll be entirely accurate. Because sometimes my brain doesn't like to remember things. Mainly because I get distracted. There we go. Also, Bun, I have no idea how you're keeping your mask on. I've never drawn any like strap or anything. It just kind of form fits to your face. I don't know what kind of magic you do. Whether it's double-sided sticky tape, glue, or just willpower. Unless you have a fifth arm that I don't know about that just is invisible and is holding your mask on it the entire time. Magic. Let's do bop. Maybe you do. I mean, I wouldn't know. You're the only one that would. Unless you're tapping someone with your invisible arm. Be like, I didn't do anything. Well, the invisible arm just keeps tapping their shoulder. And once I draw this shoulder, then I can erase Blue's elbow. That sounds weird out of context. I mean, sometimes it's fun. Just be like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Be gone, elbow. You will not be remembered. Why am I being cruel to the elbow? That seemed unreasonably mean. I know there's a little bit of perspective, but I need to move that thing. That is... Oh, that is the thing I need. You. I need to move this bit of you. How am I gonna fix this? Alright, let's do... I feel like this needs to be extended a bit. So it's right here instead. At the very least. So let's do this and move it up more. Yeah, that seems better. Oh, right, I can erase Blue's elbow. Where in the world did I place Blue's elbow? Why is your elbow on separate... Okay. There we go. Perfect. That is not the right color. There we go. And we'll see if this actually fixes it. If it doesn't, then we'll figure out a way to fix it. But if it does, hooray! We'll see. I think something that'll help is actually making it so... First off, I need to turn down the table layer. Tabletop, 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 tabletop. There it is. Just actually make it so the hand is farther away from the elbow here. Camera-wise. Because I have a feeling this is closer than this. I mean, technically I need to push that up a bit and squish it a bit. Actually, you know what? It'll be a little odd, but I'll have general placements. I don't know why sometimes I actually add the seams of certain clothes, and then in other times it's just, oh hey, this is just attached to the clothing for no reason. But you know what? That's fine. Who said it needed to make sense? And I have a feeling the string of this is probably underneath the sleeve right now. Bop. 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 There we go. I feel like that mushroom pattern is going to constantly change. But that's fine. It could be the forever changing mushroom. And you know what? I'm gonna do green. And fix the placement. Amazing sketch of a hand. Absolutely lovely. Don't know what's going on with the knuckles, but you know what? That's fine. Doesn't need to make sense right now. Okay, it kind of does. Trying to think. I'm trying to have their hand, like, closed. It's fine. Totally. You know what? For now, considering the fact that that is a very striking green, and I need to lower the opacity of Blue's arm again. Where's your arm? Is this your arm? Yes, it is. Why? There we go. Let's do. But don't mind me realizing that some of the other details are also going to be off camera. Because they have a ring above this one at the top of the ear. I have no idea where their glasses are. My glasses! Ah, yes. Best impersonation. That was awful. uh, you know, I can make a little bit of the clip. Like they're clipped into the shirt. I can't even put the belt. You know what? That's fine. That is fine. I don't know how I've done this, but you know what? Hey, you probably do a way better voice than I did. You can actually mimic voices. Well, at the moment I cannot. Maybe someday I'll learn how to train my voice and I'll be able to do voices. Then again, that is not a voice I'd usually want to impersonate. I can't think of a voice I'd want to impersonate right now. Don't mind me going through a catalog of characters. What character? Especially with Sin. But it's also super good.
Now I have to work on this hand. And this one's not covered by a glove, so I actually have to be careful with it. I remember there was a period of time in my drawing life where how in the world did I manage to mess that hand up so badly? Where there was a period of time where the majority of my characters I would draw would have gloves. I mean, sure, it doesn't get rid of the fact that I have to draw hands. It just means that I can kind of mess up on the lines a little bit around the fingers and stuff. And it'll be counted as, hey, they're wearing a pair of gloves because it's fabric lines. At least until I start drawing hands a lot. And then I stopped drawing hands practically altogether for a little bit. Similar with eyes. That looks weird, and I don't know why. And I don't like it. Is it actually weird? Or am I just looking at it weird? You know what? You know what might help? Turning off these two layers. And this red layer, because I'm already done with that. I mean, I can't tell if there is. Like, it seems off, but I can't pinpoint what is off. Besides the fact that it doesn't have a thumb anywhere. Because the other finger would be very hidden by the other fingers. You know what? If I find a solution, I'll put it down. If I don't, then I'm stuck with that hand. Because at the moment, if I try to work on it anymore, it will look very off. Okay, I need to erase your arm. And the table. Where's the table? Table. Where's the table? Tabletop? I named you. Why do I keep losing you? Tabletop. Wasn't it below the frog? It was. There we go. And I need to erase a little bit of that hand. Wait, I can actually... Yeah. No. Where's Blue's arm? You can have your opacity back. There we go. Leaf. Perfect. And then we need... Wait a minute. First off, I just now realized there's been an evolution in this mask and how it wraps around your face. Second, not that much. I can actually bring that down a little bit. Is it this one? Yes. Bring that down till it's just slightly above the hair. And if we do that, the top of the ears would still be about here. Those are some really long ears. Come on. There we go. It ends at around your nose, so it wouldn't be visible down here. There we go. Just outline-wise, do I have everything? No. Maybe? your front legs in front. The one closest to the camera is stepping back slightly. That is... No, why are you attached to the tail? There we go. Okay. You know what? So far, so good. I need to turn this back on. And that's technically the only sketch layer I need on, unless I make a new one. Hmm. You. Okay. Let's do... Oh, it's on layer 100 already? Alrighty then. You know what? Let's see if I can do this in less sketch layers than I did the other two. Just because I legitimately draw my persona a fair chunk. Because unlike what I should do, I don't necessarily pre-prep my poses. Not all the time. Sometimes I do. But not all the time. Actually, I might need to do a sketch layer just to see what expression I'm gonna do. But you know what? Still less than the others. Ah, yes. Lovely. I like how it's relatively similar, but just different enough that it's still a different expression. Dang it. I would like to stop misplacing lines. That is not quite right. That works. For now, I'm happy with that. No, I'm not. Okay, that's a little bit better. And let's do... Bop. That works. Except for the fact that I need to tilt my head a little bit up. I will say I'm very grateful for the fact that I can just move things without having to redraw it all. But sometimes it makes the lines a bit too fuzzy, and then I have to redraw it. But at least I have the actual thing underneath it, so I don't change it too much. I should probably lower the opacity of you. Eek, eek. There we go. There we go. With how close my face is, it kind of looks like I'm just intently staring at this creeper. Or maybe I'm or maybe me and Blue are having a terrified staring contest, one or the other. Not the intent, but it's kind of funny. You know what? It still looks like I am terrified of the staring contest, but you know what? It's probably the best I'm gonna get without fully tilting my head ever so slightly. I don't know why, but I find it very comical. I forgot to erase your eyebrow. And it is now that I remember that I forgot to take my second dose of Adderall. Where is... Ah, there's your eyebrow. I also need to do a little bit of that as well. There you go. Now your eyebrows aren't on top of everything. Unlike Blue's. Still debating on whether it should be above his hair or not. You know what? Wait a minute. Where did I put his eyebrow? Where did I put his eyebrow? If I were Blue's character, what layer? Ah, yes, because Blue's character is the one that placed the eyebrow. Where in the world? Is it here? No. It's not on the table layer, is it? There's a little bit of it that's on the table layer. Okay. I think that gives the effect. I don't think it needs to be above the hair. Because when it's above the hair, I think it messes with the hair a little bit too much. You know what? If I go back to my pencil. Ah, yes, because that's not going to make me look ancient. You know what? It's fine. Because I honestly... I'm happy with the side profile I made. And I don't know how to keep it while also tilting it just ever so slightly to where it looks more so like I'm looking at the creeper instead of, well, having a terrified staring contest. But you know what? That's fine. It could be a terrifying staring contest, and Bunny will be the only one that realizes it's a creeper. Why do I find that so comical? Yeah. Bunch just like, guys, to the side of you? Well, me and Blue are just having a staring contest. I don't know why we would be having a staring contest. Or maybe it's the look at each other like, oh no! We gotta run! There's imminent danger! I can see a bit of both. How? Right, this is why I don't draw side profiles of my persona. Because how in the world am I supposed to translate this hair? Both. Both is good. Why did I choose to have my hair be like this? Because it was a choice. And it looks good front way. From the side, it looks kind of odd. You know what? Maybe I can make it work. We'll see. I just now realized, because of the fact that I'm trying to make an animated scene where I'm trying to show a lot of emotion, I did it more similar to how I do my thumbnails than how I draw it when I'm just kind of there. I have very, very wide eyes. You know what? That works. That works, and maybe it'll just get translated into that's just how it is. Because to be honest, it honestly might. Oh no. Whatever shall we do? That isn't right. There we go. There we go. You know what? Considering the fact that I usually draw them at a slight angle, not a full front facing, not a full side, just at a 3/4 point of view, means I kind of got this part of the hair down. So there's that. I say that and then I make it too short. Did I make it too short? No, I didn't. It's the right length. I'm looking too much into it. I say that and then I'm going to end up fixing it later, being like, why did I think this was okay? There we go. How is my head? My head is not really at an angle. My ears are not that down. They're a little down, but not... Why did I make it further down? I tilted my tablet so I can have it. So it's not as down as it was going to be. And then I proceeded to make it even further down. Ah, yes. Here's just going to be pointed to the ground. Wait, I just now realized these guys and Baby Teeth Face, I have no idea about Golden Freddy. Golden Freddy is just chilling here. But these three have zero clue. Or maybe the gnome knows, but doesn't care. But besides that there's a creeper about to explode. You know, maybe Baby Teeth Face doesn't care, because in all fairness, they're already dead. They're a ghost. So maybe they were just like, nah, it's fine. I get free cake. This is all good. I didn't even mean to make it as chaotic as it's becoming. The one addition of adding a creeper makes everything 10 times more chaotic. I feel like I should have known that before adding it. But here we are. Those are... I'll have to redo those, but at least they're the general right size. Not quite. Let's turn down the opacity to 8. Just so we can put down the lines. Then we can get rid of that layer. There we go. Let's go. But that's too much of a curve. But Where's the eyebrow? There's the eyebrow. And I also need... Where's the forehead? Goodbye, forehead. You know what? As long as it doesn't look extremely odd. It could have went a whole lot worse. Let's do... Bop. There we go. You know what? Oh, I can't really move this well, can I? Dang it, Freddy. I say as if it's Freddy's fault that their head's placed there. It's not. It's mine. But here we are. I think I'm gonna move... Well, now it looks like I'm about to punch it. Which is not the case. As much as that would be funny, I am recoiling in horror. That should be good. For the most part. Is there anything on this one? No. No, there is not. Let's go ahead and bring the shoulder up. You know what? Let's move it a little bit. There we go. Let's get the hands. There we go. Fuzzy lines. No fuzzy lines. At least not here. Sometimes fuzzy lines are required. Right now, it is not one of those times. Damn. I would like it if the hands cooperated. It'd be closer to the back knuckle. Ah, yes, the back knuckle. It still looks like I'm trying to throw hands, but you know what? If that's how it's interpreted, cool. If it's not, cool. Because in all reality, I would recoil. I don't think my first instinct would be to punch. Could be wrong, though. I don't think I've actually been startled that bad. I say that and then I'm gonna remember something else, but be like, oh yeah, I remember that one time when I got startled so bad, I nearly died. But I can't think of that off the top of my head. I can think of a few times where it's made me run into a wall, though. That's always fun. Then again, I already do that. I don't need someone startling me to help me with that. There we go. There we go. Did I successfully... No, I didn't. I mean, besides the fact that it's missing a thumb, what about this? Isn't quite right. Probably the fact that it's also a very big hand. Because then it would end and have the cuff of the hoodie. It might also be just because they're different angles. Yeah, something about that doesn't feel right. I think it might legitimately be the angle. And then I need to do that real quick. You know what? I think that's probably the best I'm going to get that hand right now. Just for a simple fact of I can't pinpoint what exactly is making it look off to me. Let's focus on this one, since it's the one that has the most of the sleeve shown. That won't be covered by the remainder of the body. I say that as if my body's gonna somehow just vanish. Ah, yes, just poof, gone into the abyss.
That's not terrible, but not quite right. Needs to be a little bit lower. And get rid of the fuzzies. There we go. I do need to fix the shoulder. Because that shoulder isn't quite right. Neither is that. Where... Is that here? It is. Okay. Let's do bop, bop. You know what? Better solution. If I do it on one layer, then I can fix it all together. Instead of having to switch between layers every single time. You know what? Not too bad. Damn. Here. You know what? Not bad. So this arm is a little off. You know what? I love that. So far, so good. Okay. think I'm gonna leave it here for today because we've been at this for a little while, but I am going to finish this on my birthday. So that'll be the 7th, this Sunday. So I will get this finished. We're so close. We almost have all the line art done. Then we have coloring. And then we'll be done. Unless you're not lumping in shading with coloring, but I'm lumping in shading with coloring for my own sanity. And if we're not done, then I'll have another drawing stream soon so I can finish this, because I'm actually extremely proud with what I have down so far. I'm really excited. I need to also look at what specific Elden Ring thing I can do for the reference to it. But thank you all so much for watching, and thank you so much for joining. Aw, glad you guys like it so far. If you guys liked the live stream, go ahead and hit the like button. If you want to see more content from me, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And if you want to get notified for any future live streams or videos, go ahead and hit the notification bell. And I'll see you beautiful people next time. Bye!